Not entirely ready, are we? There we go. Thanks. Good morning. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Larry Clay and I'll be chairing today's session. Panel members today are Ryan Bissonnette, Nazilla West, and remotely Zahir Bayat. Our Deputy Secretary Treasurer today is Sabrina Salatino. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 of the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or, in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out in the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today I'll call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept new materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and make a presentation to the committee on the application. Then individuals, either in support or opposed, will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on the speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they've finished their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any minutes to confirm?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, the minutes from the April 9th hearing are ready for adoption.
Great, thank you very much. I'll move adoption of those minutes. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Bissonnette. All in favor? Those minutes are approved. Any declarations of interest in the morning session? Panel, staff? None?
None.
Seeing none. Any files to be closed today?
Through you, Mr. Chair, none of the this morning's items.
Okay, thank you. And deferral requests for this morning?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there's 2 deferral requests. Item number 1535 Vesta Drive, file number A0127/25TEY, as well as item number 1791 to 101 Raglan Avenue, file number A0131/25TEY.
And are they online now?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so we'll deal with those right off the top. Item 1535 Vesta Drive. Hang on a second, just gotta call it up. This is an application to construct a new three-story detached dwelling with a covered front porch, an integral garage, a rear basement walkout, and a rear first-level deck. Committee has before a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received March 25th. The covering letter from the agent, an arborist report, and a deferral request from the agent. We have staff reports from Urban Forestry and correspondence in opposition from 31 Vesta Drive. Do we have the agent with us? Good morning, Mr. Milchin.
Barry, you are muted. Can you hear me?
This is Barry Goldman speaking. I don't think you want to be talking to me.
Well, not just yet, Mr. Goldman.
Item 17.
Is Peter on the line?
Oh, hello. Finally, I'm unmuted.
There you go.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Peter Milchin, 192 Lakeshore Road West. I'm here on A0127 25 TEY 35 Vesta Drive. We are requesting a deferral of this item. The property is located next to a city-owned parkette with many trees, and we've been working with Urban Forestry to resolve issues related to the protection of the trees, and this is necessitating a change in the design of the project and likely changes to the variances that will be required, and we haven't been able to file those changes yet with the committee. So I'm requesting a deferral.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there anyone speaking on this item? No, we have no speakers. Okay, thank you. Panel, anyone want to move deferral in this one?
I'll move that, Chair.
All right, motion to defer by Mr. Byett, seconded by Ms. West. All in favor? You have your deferral, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the next one was 17, you said?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Item number 17.
Okay, item 17 is 91 to 101 Raglan Avenue. This is an application to alter the development standards for a new 30-story mixed-use building by increasing the non-residential and residential gross floor areas and building height. There will be a total of 305 residential dwelling units on this lot. Committee has before it copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised diagram 3, covering letter from the agent, a deferral request from the agent, an arborist report, and the site-specific zoning bylaw affecting the subject property. We have email correspondence from community planning, and staff reports from Urban Forestry, and another one from community planning, and an advisory report from Urban Forestry. We have the agent with us.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Name and address,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yes, of course, sir. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jamie Cole, and I'm a lawyer at McCarthy Tetro LLP. My address is 66 Wellington Street West, Suite 5300 in Toronto, M5K1E6. I'm here on behalf of the owner of the property this morning, and we are seeking a deferral of this matter. After the application was filed and after public notice had been circulated, it was decided that some further built form refinements would be explored that will likely result in some changes to the variance list before the committee. And so therefore, we would just appreciate an opportunity to finalize those changes, likely get a new zoning review done, and ultimately return to the committee when that process is completed.
Okay, that's great, sir. Thank you very much. Panel members, anyone want to move approval of the deferral request?
Yes.
Ms. West?
Through Mr. Chair, I put forward a motion to defer this application.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Bissonnette. All in favor? You have your deferral, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we return to the agenda. Item number 1, which is 72 Melbourne Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling, which is a rooming house containing 6 dwelling rooms and 1 dwelling unit, by constructing a rear 3-story addition containing 11 dwelling units. Also to construct a 1-story ancillary structure to contain waste storage and 5 long-term bicycle parking spaces in the rear yard. There'll be a total of 12 dwelling units and 6 dwelling rooms for a total of 18 on this lot. Committee has before it copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, previous decision number affecting the subject property, email correspondence from the agent. We have email correspondence from Transportation Services and Urban Forestry. There's correspondence in opposition from 66 Melbourne Avenue and from 187 Cowan. And now it's Mr. Goldman, right?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. We do have the agent online, and we have 1 registered speaker here in person in opposition.
Great. Mr. Goldman.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. Barry Goldman, 321 Carlaw Avenue, Suite 203. The proposal is to construct new low-income housing on the existing site. We've worked very closely with planning staff to arrive at a built form that's acceptable to city staff. I'm happy to make a presentation if you like, or simply answer any questions that you may have. We do believe the proposal's minor and in keeping with the 4 tests.
No, sir, I think we will need a presentation. We have someone here who wishes to speak to it, and I think we'd benefit from an overview of your application, please.
Okay, so the existing site is somewhat unusual in that it's an L-shaped site, which really presented a lot of the design challenges that we had to overcome. So currently there's an existing concrete block garage more or less in the corner of the site with a driveway that fronts onto Cowan. So effectively that entire zone is paved with impermeable hardscape currently. There's an asphalt driveway that leads from Cowan to the existing garage, and there's a small space between the existing buildings. It's a little hard to see on this. It is shown dotted, but essentially more or less from the end in Melbourne, that's the end of the existing garage. And there's a small space, pardon me, between the existing rear of 72 Melbourne and the garage, which is currently the only softscape that's on that site. Our proposal is to construct new low-income housing on the site, and we constructed it in a manner that has very little impact on the existing tenants of 72 Melbourne. This design was thought out in a way that allows us to do the entire construction without dehousing the existing inhabitants of 72 Melbourne. Again, what we're proposing to do is add an additional 11 low-income housing units to a neighborhood that desperately needs it. For the sake of brevity, I'm not going to address all of the variances one by one. I'll just note our building length is less than our immediate neighbor at 70 Melbourne. It's similar to the adjacent 183 Cowan. And while we are requesting a 0.61 rear yard setback, I'll ask the committee to take into consideration that this is an L-shaped lot. And so that rear yard setback is effectively the side yard setback to 183, which has a pretty generous side yard of its own. Additionally, that small 0.6 side yard setback is really only to accommodate a stairwell in the building, and where we were able to push the rear of the building further from the property line, we did. So the bulk of the massing is at 1.2 meters from that rear yard, side yard, however you want to think of it. The other thing to consider is if the committee approves our proposal, we'll be adding 3 times as much softscape to the property as what we're taking away. Essentially, we're building in the space between the existing garage and the existing building at 72 Melbourne. Small addition of hardscape. However, we will be removing the entire driveway that connects the existing garage to Cowan. And if you just look at what's the length of that space versus the space we're filling in, it's roughly 3-to-1. So from a stormwater management perspective, this will be a benefit to the city, despite the fact that we're doing new construction. This will increase the amount of soft landscaping on the property. The addition that we're proposing is not really visible from the street. It's a rear addition to 72 Melbourne. It is true you will see it from Cowan. However, what you see now on Cowan is a somewhat unsightly concrete block garage and a long driveway. Whereas what we're proposing is to landscape that area and make it into an amenity space for the building. So again, I think from a streetscape perspective, on Melbourne you won't see it. On Cowan it will be a huge improvement. We're adding much needed softscape. We're adding much needed low income housing. And again, we've worked very closely with city staff, planning staff to arrive at a built form that they felt was appropriate. I think that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, sir. Panel, if we can hold our questions maybe till after we hear from our speaker, unless you have anything burning. Okay. Is there someone here who wishes to speak to this item? No?
Bill, are you here? Yeah, my wife is on the line. So she's going to be speaking on behalf of both of you? Yeah, my only comment is... No, sorry, you'd have to come up to the podium if you wish to speak. Okay, thank you. So we'll have Sheila then, unmuted.
Good morning. Sheila.
Can you hear me?
If you could just speak up a little louder, please.
How's this? Is this any better?
That is better. Thank you. Your name and address, please, ma'am.
My name is Sheila McAllister. My husband is Bill Pasqua. He's in front of you. We live at 185 Cowan Avenue, which is immediately, two properties north of the property, part of the parcel that fronts onto Cowan. So we are close neighbors.
Okay, ma'am, you have 5 minutes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I would like to note that our neighbors have endorsed, several neighbors have endorsed our comments. There's confusion about this application because when you search it, the first thing that comes up for 72 Melbourne is a request to withdraw an application. So folks thought that this was not going forward. So our, as I mentioned, our remarks have been endorsed by several neighbors. So almost all of the variances, and there are 15 variances or 14 variances being requested, are major, not minor. They're all undesirable for the neighborhood. It would, you know, apart from a small amount of softscaping, which remains to be seen what it looks like in real life, only the front yard will be softscaping. The entire large lot will be building. We live in Parkdale. It's a neighborhood full of multi-unit houses, rooming houses, and small apartment buildings. And tripling the number of units in this one lot is excessive and would represent a significant downgrade to our community safety, cohesiveness, parking, you know, the social fabric of the neighborhood. The current dwelling is poorly maintained and an eyesore. And I disagree with Barry Goldman about the improvement to the Cowan streetscape with this oversized new shed that will be put up. I'm just going to switch to my own notes here. I would also like to note that I agree, the city needs more low-income housing, but this neighborhood does not need it. There's tons of new low-income housing, transitional housing that's going in all over the neighborhood. So I could go through all of the variances, but I'd like to point out in particular, in case I run out of time, variance 14. It references a bylaw that was established for a reason to prevent this type of application of just like filling a lot with a building. And it appears that the current structure more or less complies with the bylaw, and we're asking you to please enforce the bylaw. In terms of, I'll just run through the different variances, the problems with the variances until I run out of time. Variance 1, it's requesting to exceed the allowable floor space to a degree which represents an excessive overbuild of the lot. I'd like to note as well that this is a one residential lot, and it currently houses 6. We don't know what's going on inside that house. They're claiming there are 6 rooming house rooms and an apartment. That is already a generous use of one residential lot. Reducing the rear setback to less than a meter is inadequate. If there's a problem right now with runoff and stormwater drainage, let's fix it. Let's not make it worse by building a huge structure which blocks out the light, air circulation, and shadows, etc., for all of the surrounding properties. Almost doubling the building depth for variance 3, excessive. It upsets the ability of the surrounding properties to absorb the people, and rainfall, other elements as well. Variance 4, it's proposing an inadequate amount of space between the main walls. The folks at 72 Melbourne and the surrounding neighbors, everybody needs space and distance. Variance 6, proposal calls for virtually no softscaping on all sides of the property.
Ma'am, I'm just going to flag, you've got about 30 seconds left. Thank
you very much. This new ancillary structure is basically on the property line, variance 9. The proper setbacks should be respected. Variance 11 and 12, regarding car parking and also bike parking. Already, the neighborhood has inadequate parking, and it's not, planning for parking is inadequate in the new proposal.
All right, ma'am, if you could just wrap up, please. You've exceeded your time.
Okay. I'll just repeat that our comments have been endorsed by multiple neighbors who were confused about whether this application was withdrawn or not. Please respect the current bylaw that prohibits this sort of building. Thanks so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we go back to the agent, I just wanted to, as you've raised a number of concerns, general concerns about the applicability of the bylaws, could you just share with the panel what the actual direct impact of this proposal is on your house? It looks like you're one house away. You're shielded from this development by 183. So if you could just let us know what the direct impact on you is.
The direct impact, well, it's proposing, I front on Cowan. This property, the L shape, also fronts on Cowan. It's an unattractive build using materials that are not in keeping with the neighborhood and in a style that is it's ugly. Increasing the, I love Parkdale. I love everything about Parkdale, but our streets, this little neighborhood, is such a wonderful mix of people from across economic and social strata, and it works really well. But imposing 18 units in this little area will overwhelm the delicate balance that has been set out.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Thank you very much. We'll go back to Mr. Goldman.
Hello, committee. So I think, again, for the sake of brevity, I'm not going to address every single one of those comments. I will ask the committee to consider, again, this is an L-shaped lot. It's a little unusual. If we'd simply straightened it out, I think this would be very straightforward. There'd be ample space in the rear. The person speaking, I think we're going to have to just disagree, will not be directly impacted in any way. What we're going to do is remove the asphalt and add new landscaping. Our softscape variance is incredibly minor. I think we're at 49.5 versus 50%. We did everything we could to maximize softscape. The shed in question is really to accommodate bicycles and garbage, and we proposed that outside the building in order to add one additional low-income housing unit. If you just look at the area that's occupying, if we put that inside the building, it would wipe out a unit. I think the maximum size for an ancillary shed is 10 meters, and we're proposing 13, so it's quite minor. The rest of the space will be nicely landscaped and form an amenity that will also benefit people walking by on Cowan, because they'll be looking at grass and landscaping instead of asphalt and a garage. And it's a little depressing. Anytime we propose additional low-income housing anywhere, the response is similar. It's good to put it somewhere, anywhere, but where we're proposing it today. So it has to go somewhere. It's much needed in Parkdale. This is the appropriate location. Again, I think that'll conclude my comments.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions of the agent? Brian?
Just a question about the person on opposition to confirm their address.
Oh, so I thought...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's 187.
Yeah, I thought I heard her say 185, but I must have misheard. 187, so it's 2 away.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions of the agent? So here, you okay?
Yes, thank you. Just adjusting.
All right, we have no questions. Thank you very much. We'll take this into committee. Who wants to start us off?
Perhaps I'll give it a shot, Chair, if I may. I think what Mr. Goldman has mentioned is that, and it's one of those challenges that we always encounter. This is an unusual lot. It's a very unusual shape. And I also note that the property, I think it's to the east, number 70 Melbourne, is already of the length that this particular proposal is putting forward. Because of the unusual shape of the lot, and I think it makes it a bit more challenging. And as Mr. Goldman has mentioned, if this was a lot that was just a straight lot, there'd be a huge amount of land behind the proposed extension. So I don't really see any issue with it. I understand the comments that the person in opposition has made, but really the impact is not directly felt by this particular individual. The added bonus is that the L-shaped property that fronts onto Cowan will certainly be fully landscaped. So I suspect that if we do approve it, I'd like to perhaps tie it to the site plan that we have before us.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah,
Is your mic on there?
it is, yeah. I think all neighbors, when they come to this panel and address their concerns, I'm a resident of an urban neighborhood. I experience change, infill development, and densification. And when I look at this overall proposal and the current state of the property, I truly believe this will be an improvement for this lot and for the neighborhood. We need housing in all corners of Toronto. And you know, this panel exists to provide that flexibility for responsible development. So I find this application to be supportable.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll look to someone then for a motion. Zahir?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to put forward a motion to approve this application and perhaps tie it to site plan.
Sure. And you have a forestry condition?
Forestry condition, I believe it's 1.
That's correct. All right, motion by Mr. Byatt to approve with those conditions. I have a seconder, Mr. Bissonnette. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you very much. Move on to item number 2. 12 Cluny Drive. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with an integral garage, partial second and third floor green roofs, a rear third floor rooftop terrace, and a rear ground floor terrace with an in-ground pool. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, previous decision affecting the subject property, correspondence between the agent and Heritage, correspondence between the agent and TRCA, an arborist report, City Council decision tracking status TE 31.17 received December the 13th, 2024. City Council notice of decision relating to the subject property received December 13th, 2024. Toronto Preservation Board decision letter and presentation materials from the agent. We have email correspondence from Transportation Services, staff reports from Urban Forestry, Urban Design, or Heritage Planning, pardon me, Ravine and Natural Feature Protection, and the TRCA. We have an advisory report also from Urban Forestry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person, no registered speakers for this item.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sean McGaffey, Senior Associate with WND Associates, 47 Raglan Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, M4R1E5.
Great, thank you. Sir, I noticed you sent in some presentation materials which kind of compared where we were before to where we are now. Perhaps you could take the panel through that.
Sure, absolutely. If I could get the presentation materials, I think they were marked, probably received yesterday, late filing. That's the updated version. So, site is in the South Rosedale Heritage Conservation District, just north of Yonge and Bloor intersection, east of Yonge Street, on the west side of Cluny Drive. Next slide, please. Just some photographs of the existing site condition here. So looking at the side yard between 10 Cluny on the left and 12 Cluny on the right. These two properties are developed originally in the South Rosedale plan of subdivision as side hall center entry, so having this sort of open view between the two properties through to the ravine, which is one of the key characteristics of the South Rosedale Heritage Conservation District study. Next slide, please. Looking back across the front yard towards Cluny Drive here, again, you see a fairly large setback with some soft landscaping and a driveway oriented along the northern side of the property, which leads to an integral garage. Next slide, please. And last pictures here, just giving you an idea of the scale of the existing dwelling on the site and that appended greenhouse there that kind of projects into that south side yard between 12 Cluny and 10 Cluny. And there's also a pond in there somewhere hidden by a little bit of overgrowth. Next slide, please. So as you noted, Mr. Chair, this application has been sort of working its way through for about 3 or 4 years now. It's a 2020 job number in my file. It was approved by, the demolition was approved by council in March 2022. It received Committee of Adjustment approval in November 2022 for a previous design of the house. The owner at the time pursued a different opportunity, listed the property. It was then purchased by my clients here and has since put forward a revised design working with heritage staff to sort of follow the same principles that were developed for the original proposal. So you can see here a view from Cluny Drive. The previous proposal was very heavy on glazing and stonework. This revised version is, I would say, heavier on brickwork and a more sort of organic form. The same principles of a sort of tiered 3-story built form continue to apply. Substantial landscaping, substantial green roof elements, and I'll just get through here because I'm running out of time, but next slide, please. So the side hall, or maintaining that sort of side hall center entry layout. So this would be looking north from 10 Cluny Drive. Next slide, please. Looking from the rear yard back towards the rear elevation, and you can just see here how all the windows are sort of inset with these brick sculpted fins. Next slide, please. And just giving you an idea of the detailing that's proposed on this building for some of the brickwork. Next slide, please. So what I did here was just prepare a little table comparing the 10 variances that were approved in the original application in 2022 as compared to the 7 variances that are being sought today. Most of them are the same. Through discussions with zoning staff, they wanted us just to sort of redo it all from a clean slate. But things like the maximum number of stories is no longer required as a result of amendments to the parent bylaw. The number of platforms at the rear yard was previously approved to have 2 platforms. That's no longer required. We now comply with the one permitted platform in the parent. And the big change, I would say, is that previously there was a reverse slope driveway condition that ran along the north side of the property into a below-grade garage that housed 9 cars. In this version, it's a compliant front integral garage, similar to the existing dwelling. The FSI increase is the only increased variance. If I could take you 2 more pages into the slide deck, or 3 more pages, please. I'll just explain that one. So here you see the second floor plan of the original application from 2022 on the left and the updated application on the right. The FSI increase is a result of filling in what was previously a 2-story living room area with additional living space. So that's where the additional 500 square feet comes from. I'm out of time, but I'm happy.
Great, thank you, sir. Just a quick, so the thing that popped out with me was the building length. So you've reduced the length, what looks like considerably from previous.
That's correct. So the building length was previously approved at 35.15 meters. It's now proposed to be 29.63, so a 5.5 meter reduction in building length. The building depth remains the same, just because of how they're calculated. In the previous version, the second last page of this slideshow has a comparison to the basement, but that sort of tells the story on the length. The original 2022 application was a, I guess I can say, so-called iceberg house with the 2-story below-grade basement that extended out to the lot lines in the front yard and the side yard to house the parking spaces, and then a below-grade sports court facility. That's been eliminated in this. So I think it'd be page 16 of this deck has that.
Right, so you're no longer proposing a 9-car parking garage underneath, huh?
No, sir, no. There'll be no basement parking in this version. It's just a standard integral garage.
Okay, great, thank you very much. Panel, any questions? We don't have any questions, so thank you very much, sir, for coming down. Let's go into committee. This looks like an improved application from what was approved before. So here, there's no iceberg nature to this. I know that's one of your concerns.
Yes, indeed. If I may just throw a couple of comments. I think this application is, and I think the presentation really helps, especially the table at the end, the comparative table that was presented. I think the fact that the length has been adjusted so much and the design actually is a really interesting one. I think it would fit into the existing landscape and neighborhood quite well. It's a most interesting design. I think one that suggests modesty, but yet will provide all the comforts that the owners would like. But I am really glad that it's no longer the iceberg structure, because I do think that would be problematic. What is currently presented, I think, is quite acceptable and something that I could approve.
So I would agree with you in terms, particularly the fact that they've worked very closely with Heritage. Now, I neglected to ask the agent, and I may, but there is on file, RNFP is recommending that we refuse number 3 and number 4. So I'm going to come out of committee and put that question to the agent. Maybe you could respond to that, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have spoken with RNFP about this letter. It's part of the reason that presentation was filed late yesterday. I think this report, to be honest with you, is a carryover from the 2022, because variance 3 and 4, I think they actually mean variance 2 and 3 relating to building length and building depth. And what we have discussed with RNFP was generally that what you've picked up on is that the building length has been substantially reduced and was already approved on the property as a result of the 2022 application and City Council's approval. So we have no objection to the requirement or the condition 1 being imposed there, and the same goes for urban forestry condition number 1. But I did have a conversation with RNFP staff that was not exactly productive in looking at what was the approved condition on the subject site as it relates to tree 48 and tree N1. The other piece to that is that tree N1, which is on 12 or 10 Cluny's property to the south, they're actually working right now with their arborist to remove that tree due to a hazardous condition. So I understand, RNFP's concern about tree number 48. However, from our perspective, we've worked through this revised application to both respect what was previously approved with respect to building length on the site, and then do what we can to mitigate the below grade condition to the best of our ability. TRCA has no comments or no objection to the setback from the long-term stable top of slope, where tree 48 is kind of sitting right at the top of that ravine edge. So that's where that comes from. But I have spoken to RNFP and advised them that we do not object to condition 1.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the agent with respect to the trees? Okay, let's go back into committee. That sounded like, frankly, to me, a reasonable explanation. And if we were to consider this one, we could put in the condition recommended by RNFP.
Exactly.
Nazilla?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I have a question regarding variance 6 and 7
Of the agent, yes.
from the agent?
Okay, we'll go back out of committee.
Sorry.
And, sir, we have one further question. Go ahead.
The minimum required setback of the building from a shoreline, what you propose is less than minimum requirement?
Yes, that's correct. So the requirement in the bylaw is 10 meters. And through the last application, we worked with TRCA to locate the building out of the erosion hazard and then within the limit of the existing building on the site. So the existing building right now is set back 8.24 meters. So that's the setback that they want to see maintained from the slope. The previous application, it was measured at 8.9 meters because of how the slope curves. We have a different zoning examiner now. They've measured it at 8.24 meters, but you'll see in the TRCA letter, the line is the exact same. It's just the difference in zoning examiner interpretation.
And when I reviewed this application, for me, the length and depth was a question, but after your explanation, it's completely clear. I just wonder if it's okay we tie it to the site plan.
Yeah, I don't think I have any concerns with that. The city council decision already ties us to a certain level of design, so I don't see any problem in repeating that here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, thank you very much, sir. Let's go back into committee. Zahir, did you have any further comments?
No further comments, Chair, and I did note that TRCA also had no objections. I think this application certainly has gone through the ringer and has come out looking a lot better. So I really don't have any concerns at this point. I think it's...
Okay, anyone else? All right, I'll look to someone for motion. You here?
Perhaps I'll take this, Chair. I'd like to move a motion to approve this application. We do have Forestry 1, and I'm just wondering, 3 doesn't apply now, but there is a condition. We would like to tie it to a site plan. There's a heritage recommendation, but that's all. I think that's it, if I'm not mistaken.
I think I'll look to Sabrina, but there is an RNFP. I appreciate that it's probably very similar, but why don't we just, out of an abundance of caution, include the RNFP condition as well?
Certainly.
Okay. All right, motion to approve with those conditions by Mr. Byatt. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Bissonnette, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir. Okay, we move on to item number 3. 272 Dovercourt Road. This is an application to alter the existing one-story ancillary building by constructing a second-story addition. This ancillary building will contain a garage on the ground level and 1 garden suite on the second level. There'll be 2 residential units on this lot. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 7 photographs of the subject property, and correspondence and opposition from 265 Dovercourt Road.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're trying to get the agent online.
No,
Not yet.
no.
No luck?
And we do have 2 registered speakers, 1 in interest and 1 in support. Anyone here in person that wishes to speak to this item? See none? Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, maybe we'll move on to item number 4 and then come back to this item.
Okay. Let's move on to item number 4, 317 High Park Ave. This is an application to construct a new 4-story apartment building with a total of 19 residential dwelling units and a rear 1-story ancillary building for bicycle parking and garbage bin storage. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, planning justification from the agent, tree inventory and preservation plan, and tree inventory and presentation report. We have email correspondence from Strategic Initiative Policy and Analysis. We have report from Transportation Services, from Urban Forestry, and an advisory report from Metrolinx. We have correspondence and opposition from 314 High Park Ave and 317 High Park Ave.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person as well as 1 registered speaker here in person in opposition. We're still trying to get a hold of 2 other speakers in opposition online.
Okay. Sir, why don't we proceed? If I could have your name and address, please.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members. David Eagleman, Associate and Registered Professional Planner at Design Plan Services, Inc., 87 Skyway Avenue, Suite 200.
Okay, sir, we'll need a presentation from you today.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So through you, I did provide a detailed justification letter, which I would hope the committee had a chance to read, but I will briefly address the proposal and the variances. So before getting into the variances, we have discussed this proposal with planning staff. They have raised no concerns or objections, and that's indicated by the lack of any comments that have been submitted by planning staff. I have also reviewed the correspondence from transportation staff and note that they have also noted no concerns or objections with the proposal. And I've reviewed the comments from Metrolinx as well as Urban Forestry, and we are agreeable to their recommended conditions. I did review the objection letters or letters of concern from a couple of the surrounding neighbors, and I will speak to those in going through the variances. So just before getting through the variances, I will note that this neighborhood consists of mostly an eclectic mix of dwelling types and built forms. There are apartment buildings, single detached houses on large lots, multiplexes, and townhouses within this neighborhood. So it is a mix of a character of a neighborhood. And the subject property is very close to Dundas Street West and Annette Street to the south, Dundas to the north, Keel Street to the east. There is great access to transit. There are bus stops just on High Park Avenue, a couple steps away from the subject property. There is a bus route on Dundas Street West and Annette Street. And there is the Bloor Street subway station as well as the Bloor GO station in close proximity to the subject property. There have been similar or larger developments approved and built within this neighborhood. Some of those include 332 High Park Avenue just up the street and on the west side of High Park, which was approved for a 10-unit, 4-story apartment building. There was 248 and 260 High Park Avenue, which is just down the street at the corner of Annette and High Park Avenue, which was approved for the reuse of a place of worship building and an addition to accommodate 70 new residential apartment dwellings. So that's quite a large development there. And immediately adjacent to the subject property at 319 High Park Avenue, there was an approval for a 14-unit apartment building that was 3 stories in height. So just briefly to go over the variances, I don't have much time. The increase in height is a minor increase, 2 meters, and the proposal has a sloped roof design. So that height measurement is to the peak of the roof. Measured to the eaves, it's 12.09 meters, which is just about 1.09 meters more than what's permitted. Regarding the building depth, the building depth is only for the basement to the 3rd floors. The 4th floor is actually stepped back at the front and rear to reduce building depth of 24.14 meters. And there have been similar approvals for building depth within the neighborhood. I provided some examples within my justification letter. And even notwithstanding any previous approvals, there are older dwellings that don't show up within the neighborhood research because the neighborhood research only goes back so far that appear to have similar building depths as compared to what is proposed. The FSI will be spread over 4 floors. There are no restriction on the number of units. So the proposed number of units is compliant, and the proposal complies with the minimum front yard setback, side yard setback. And to speak to the fact that this is a very large lot, the proposal, despite the building depth variance, provides a rear yard setback that is 11.63 meters larger than the minimum required rear yard setback. So again, I provided examples of similar approvals. The variance for the soft landscaping strip is a very minor reduction, and it's only for the side yard between the apartment building and the lot line, whereas beyond the front and rear main walls, that soft landscaping strip actually complies for the most part. And regarding all the variances related to the ancillary structure, that is really a technical variance. We could have pushed the ancillary structure further and practically all of these variances would be eliminated, but we elected to protect the mature trees within the rear yard, and this proposal is not proposing to remove any trees on the property. There are only some minor injuries for 2 trees. So I know I ran out of time. I'll just conclude that it is my professional opinion that this proposal meets the 4 tests and represents good planning. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. We do have some speakers, but I just want a couple points of clarification before we do that. In behind is the No Frills store, the parking lot and No Frills, is it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. There is a grocery store directly behind the subject property.
And I was just looking at your floor plans. It looks like some of the units are handicapped accessible?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, actually that relates to the building depth because there is a bump out on the rear main wall, which is actually a barrier-free turnaround. So some of the building depth is to accommodate barrier-free aspects of the proposal.
Okay, thank you. All right, if we can, is the speaker here
Thank
or online?
So, yeah, Mr. Chair, we do have the speaker online.
Okay. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Ann Pick, and I live at co-owner and live at 314 High Park Avenue.
All right, ma'am, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this important hearing. As a neighbour to this property and resident of the street since 1994, we have promoted and seen very positive change, but we have serious concerns about this application. This application has no minor variances. They are all major and is not a desirable and appropriate development or use of land to quote your notice of April 1, 2025. Nor does it fit with the city's need for family-oriented housing. We are talking about a small strip of High Park between Annette and Dundas. The housing's mixed, as the agent mentioned, single family and duplexes and 3 and 4 plexes built in the 70s. Some are owner occupied, most are not. The bottom line is the accommodations are large enough to accommodate families. This is where couples come when they grow out of the downtown Liberty Village condo spaces. There are only 4 of us objecting to this because most of our neighbours were unaware of this development. They were away or they're absentee landlords. We understand there's a housing crisis. We are 3 generations living under our roof because our daughter could not afford Toronto rental housing prices for her family of 4 and moved home. But this proposal does nothing to fix that crisis and address the missing middle, which we read about every day in the newspapers and which City Hall is crying out for. We have no objections to new 4-plex or 6-plex developments with units suited to families. The 2 semis on Gerrard, which were deemed an apartment building, would be perfect. This committee, just over a year ago, approved a 14-unit apartment building at 319 over community objections, but it at least offers 1 or 2 bedrooms, but very small ones. In fact, Sam DeCarry, the owner of the 317 property and architect of this proposal, cited and worked with us in objecting to that 3-story apartment building. He was very upset that he had planned to build a 3-story single-family home at 317 with a garden suite, which we all supported. He said himself he didn't want to live next door to an apartment building, which is why he changed his plans. Now he is proposing a building that is much larger than 319 on a smaller lot and with more variances. Despite that, the condo market is glutted with plans for little box apartments and it's crashing, and the call is for them to be redesigned to accommodate families. This 19-unit proposal has 17 bachelor rentals, suitable only for single renters. It makes no sense. This is a 4-story monster building taking up almost all of the lot and creating a huge ward, dwarfing the neighbours to the south. Neither of the developments at 319 or 317 will solve the housing issues and are not going to be reasonably affordable given the information we've been giving about the proposed rental prices. The general intent and purpose of city zoning code and bylaws are being blown up with this proposal despite what this paid lobbyist says. The height is 6 foot 8 inches higher than the maximum permitted building and of the semi next door, which is at its peak, which is a very sloped peaked roof. It's a 2.5-story building. The 30 feet longer than existing bylaws makes a wall along that southern fence. The floor space is more than double the permitted floor space index for the size of the lot. The setback on the property line to the south is over a foot closer to 315, which makes a narrow gap between the two. Parking, there's none, and disabled parking, there's none. It's naive to think that none of these potential buildings will not have cars. And also, what about garbage and bin management? 38 bins out front on pickup day, 28 the next door, and they're down a long laneway to the back with soft landscaping. I don't see how that's going to be very manageable. And it's worth noting that if you walk around this neighbourhood, you'll see quite a bit of redevelopment, but none are multi-storey apartment buildings on residential streets, jammed between houses. This is happening east and west of High Park on Dundas, where it should be. Allowing this is an
Ma'am,
invitation.
you've reached your time. I wonder if you could just wrap up, please?
Yes. Allowing this application is an invitation to developers to buy up every old house that comes up for sale on this street and demolish it to put up apartments, irreparably damaging this venerable neighborhood. In conclusion, I recommend sending this back to the drawing board. Let's build family housing in our community of families.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a question. You live across the street. You've raised a number of general concerns. Is there a direct impact on you and your property?
Well, I think the direct impact for us is density. There's already huge developments along Dundas. Some have completed, some are under construction, and some are in the planning. There's the 70-unit condo just at the corner of Annette and High Park offers 70 units. That small 332 laneway, there was an old garage there. That was an improvement, and it's on a lane. So I think this density is an issue. This is already a very dense neighborhood. These are not single-family homes. Most of these homes have multiple generations or are apartments, are already divided into apartments. The short-term rental issue is an issue. Parking is an issue. And the garbage is an issue.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Not to mention the stress on the city's drainage systems.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Any questions of the speaker panel? No? Do we have others online?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did have 2 other people registered. They're not online. I'm just going to check. Is there anyone here in person that wishes to speak to this item? See none? Okay, then we'll call back the agent.
Okay. Come on back up, sir.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, thank you. I appreciate the neighbors' comments. I was only aware of 2 neighbors objecting, as I only saw 2 letters of opposition uploaded to the application file. Just in regards to the comment the neighbor made about I believe 4 neighbors objecting. But anyhow, just regarding the family size units, so there are a number of proposed studio units within the development. This provides an opportunity for younger people who are looking for this type of unit to live within this neighborhood. There are a number of multiplexes, as I mentioned, apartment buildings and so forth within the neighborhood. Likely a lot of those dwellings that have been converted into multiplexes or apartment buildings have larger sized units, and there also are still a number of single detached houses located within the neighborhood. So this development provides for people who would be looking for this type of unit to live within this neighborhood and experience all of the benefits that this neighborhood has to offer. While this is not affordable housing, the studio unit type provides for a more affordable unit type as compared to a single detached house on a large lot. And the neighbor made a comment about this being a smaller lot than the immediately adjacent property at 319 High Park. That is not the case. It's practically exactly the same size in terms of lot size. I think the fact that, again, we're providing more than 11 meter increase to the minimum required rear yard setback, so that the rear yard setback is more than 11 meters larger than the minimum requirement, and I think that speaks to the large lot that this proposal is provided on, and the fact that the building depth, although numerically appears to be larger on this lot, it fits in and is appropriate. And as I mentioned, there are a number of approvals within the neighborhood for similar or larger building depths as compared to what is proposed. Just at 332 High Park, just again up the street and on the west side of the subject property, or of High Park Avenue, excuse me, that was approved for 38.2 meters in building depth. So much larger than what is being proposed, almost 10 meters larger than what's being proposed through this application. There are a number of other approvals as well. Again, 260 High Park Avenue, the neighbor mentioned that there aren't developments that are similar to this on High Park Avenue, but 260 High Park Avenue, the neighbor even brought up that there was an addition that was approved for a 70-unit apartment building on that site. Again, 332 High Park Avenue, that was approved for a 10-unit apartment building. So there are a number of similar developments within the area and on the street. I'm just mentioning the examples on High Park Avenue itself. In terms of the FSI, the building depth, those are to accommodate the proposed 19 units provided. There's no restriction on the number of units, but those variances are to accommodate more housing units to provide housing opportunities within this very pleasant and attractive neighborhood that has great access to transit, and that speaks to the issues, again, the neighbor raised about parking. There is no parking provided. Only 3 parking spaces are actually required. So I think it would actually be more detrimental to the proposal to propose asphalt and paving to accommodate 3 parking spaces. And transportation staff have raised no concerns with the proposal. A number of the variances are, again, related to the accessory structure, which is, again, a technical variance. It could have been pushed back to, but that would result in potential impacts to the large mature trees in the rear yard. No trees are being removed, only some minor injuries proposed. This will, of course, not solve the housing crisis. No single development will solve the housing crisis, but as a accumulation of projects and developments across the city, this contributes to addressing the housing crisis we're in right now. This provides housing opportunities, and again, is, in my professional opinion, is a good proposal and represents good planning. And I'll just note as well, the neighbor made a comment about me being a paid lobbyist. I am a registered professional planner. I have my own independent professional opinions, and I have a code of ethics to uphold, so I am not a lobbyist. I am a professional planner.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Panel, any questions of the agent? Nazila?
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair. It's not a question, it's just a comment. I'm still haven't been convinced that the FSI they proposed 1.45 versus 0.6 times is minor. And regarding the depth, that was also a question of me, that the applicant provides a similar example in the neighborhood. Would you please give me some explanation regarding variance number 3?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So the variance number 3, again, the FSI will be spread over 4 floors. There have been similar approvals. I provided those in my justification letter, but to go over a couple, immediately next door was approved at 1.18 times the lot area. 332 High Park was approved at 1.365 times the area of the lot, and 490 Quebec Avenue was approved at 1.96 times the area of the lot. And while the apartment building at 260 High Park Avenue, that was not approved through the Committee of Adjustment. That was by way of a zoning bylaw amendment, but most likely it would have a significant FSI given the large scale of that development. And as I mentioned in my presentation, we're compliant with the front yard setback. We're compliant with the side yard setback. So the neighbor brought up the side yard setback. We're actually compliant with the south side yard. It's just a variance related to the soft landscaping strip on that side, which is a minor reduction. And again, the minimum rear yard, or the proposed rear yard setback, is more than 11 meters larger than the minimum requirement. So that demonstrates that although the proposed FSI is an increase to what is permitted on this lot, it is appropriate. It does fit within the neighborhood, and ultimately it is to accommodate 19 new housing opportunities within this neighborhood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, let's go into committee. Ryan?
Yeah, so I want to see people from varying circumstances experience the vibrancy of Toronto and our neighborhoods. In this case, I see the costs as too high for incumbent neighbors. I support infill development, densification, increased housing. I don't support it when it's so out of sync with the neighborhood. And I do believe this type of housing has a place and a use, but it doesn't fit on this residential side street, in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
If I may, Chair, just a quick comment. Just slightly different perspective. I think one of the interesting features about this particular property is it's a stone's throw away from Dundas, where a lot of more intense construction has been taking place. And just directly behind it, as you noted, we've got a supermarket as well. So the area is changing very much so. I've seen a lot of changes happening. And the property that the agent referenced, I think that's the one on the corner of Annette and Hyde Park, which is there was an old church that's been refurbed. It's a pretty intense development as well. So there is I think you're beginning to see a fair bit of intensive development in the area. One may quibble about whether we need larger units rather than the smaller units that are proposed in this particular structure. But I think overall, I don't see this, I don't have the same perspective as my colleague has.
Okay, I'm just going to weigh in. I would agree with you, Zahir. I initially was concerned about the height, but this is a sloped roof, so the height goes to the peak of a very modestly sloped roof, so I don't think it has as dramatic an impact as it might otherwise. I would note that this area is characterized heavily by really quite large lots. They, on both sides of High Park and Quebec and Pacific and all around, they are comparatively large lots relative to other neighborhoods in the city, and are going to be and have been subject to intensification. In part because of the location. This, you pointed out Dundas, but there's Annette. There's a high school there. There's a public school there. You can walk to High Park. You can walk to the subway. And so in terms of location, proximity to amenities and the kinds of services that folks are looking for, this is an area that is ripe for that kind of redevelopment. I will say that, and it's not relative to this case, it's more generic to many, is the lack of parking is going to be an issue. It's an issue in this application, it's an issue in many of the multiplexes that we're seeing, and I worry that over time this is going to come back and bite us. But having said that, the two spots, or the two spots that are deficient are visitor spots, not spots for permanent residents. So, and the fact that the access to transit is quite spectacular, really, compared to many neighborhoods. So, you know, walkability and walkability index in this site is really quite positive. So I appreciate that, you know, neighbors are going to be fussed by these kinds of developments being introduced into their neighborhoods, particularly if you're very close to it. But you know, if not this neighborhood, then where? And I think that's the challenge that we're faced with, is that this is a High Park Boulevard is actually, or High Park Avenue is actually more of a boulevard. It's really quite wide. So there's plenty of space in the front. I don't think that this development would diminish the visual impact of this neighborhood either. So given the distance from the street of these homes. So for those reasons, I think this is a supportable application, and, you know, notwithstanding the obvious benefit of introducing a significant amount of residential or rental accommodation to an existing neighborhood is a positive. So I'll be supporting this application. Okay, the only thing I would suggest to my colleagues is that there is a patio off the top floor. And I note from the floor plan, it's adjacent to a family room, which means it will probably be actively used. So I think it would be helpful to have that patio rooftop terrace. If we agree, if we're going to support this, then it should be screened on both sides. So, those are my comments. Anyone else? All right, I'll look to a motion. Is it here?
I'll put my motion forward, Chair. I'd like to move a motion to approve this application. There is a Forestry 1 condition and Metrolinx advisory. And in addition, you mentioned the rooftop patio. I'm just wondering if it's on both sides and what I imagine it's the north and south sides.
Yeah, I would recommend that. I mean, you don't have to go in behind because it overlooks the supermarket, but I think on both sides, I think it would be helpful to be screened.
It's the north and south sides to be screened with privacy screening 1.5 meters.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Byatt to approve with those conditions. A seconder? I will second that. All in favor? Opposed? I will abstain to avoid a tie. This application is refused. Okay, move on. Can we go back to number 3? Is the agent online? Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online and one registered speaker in interest online as well.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Can you hear me okay?
I can, but just hang on a sec. Did I read this into the record already? Yeah. I did.
Yes,
okay.
through you, Mr. Chair, you
Thank
did.
you. All right, sir. Name and address, please.
Certainly. My name is Dana Chimowicz. I'm the architect for this project. I'm calling you from DA Design. We're located 1185 Queensway East, Suite 3A in Mississauga.
Okay. I think we'll need a short presentation because a couple of variances that you are proposing caught our attention. So very quickly, please.
Yes, certainly. I imagine it's the softscape one, which has been corrected just for the record. So we're actually coming in with a revised variance number 1. In working with the planning department on this proposal, their concern was the 0% softscape proposal. We have revised that to 32.07%.
Okay, so just going to hold on a second. Hold on a second, just because I don't think we have a red line version. So let's go to the public notice. And that you are changing variance
item
number 1?
Correct.
And what does it read, sir?
So right now it states that we are proposing 0% where we're actually proposing 32.07%.
Okay.
This is something that I've discussed with the planning department along the way, and I'm a little surprised that it wasn't revised prior to this meeting, but.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what does that equate to in square meters?
Oh, I see. 1 second, please. I have that on the actual site plan. So in the chart on the site plan, if you don't mind opening up the presentation, the square meters of softscape is 20.8 square meters.
Okay. Any further changes?
No, that's it. And the reason I brought that up is because there was a letter of concern that was submitted by a neighbor regarding the amount of hardscape on this property, and that's the number 1 reason why I'm bringing that up. And obviously, we want you to approve this proposal as well, and I think this helps our cause.
Okay.
It's the letter of objection. If possible, we can start with the cover page of the set that was submitted, and I can give a brief description. Okay, so basically what we have here, I'm not sure if my timer is going to be turned on yet, or is it already on?
You're already going, sir.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. So as you can see on the 2 photos at the bottom of this page, that's the existing block and brick garage that's been there for quite some time. The owners basically hired us to design a garden suite on top of this existing building. And in working with the planning department, in working with the owner on the two top images, you can see what the building looks like from the back of the house and then also at the back of the garage itself. The building does back onto a commercial space. It's heavily wooded back there. So from that perspective, this rendering is basically showing without any foliage blocking its view from the rear. The building is pretty simple. It is a box that's sitting on top of the block existing garage. Again, if you scroll through the drawings, it is a 2-bedroom garden suite. So this is, again, going further to the comments from the presentations before. It's intended to provide some additional affordable rental space. And yes, the building to the left is the existing garage, and you can see lightly hatched in between the garage and the house itself. There's a curvilinear line there, and the hatched area is basically the proposed 20 meters of softscaping. So we're taking out a significant amount of the hardscape that's existing in order to basically lessen the impact on the environment and have a lesser variance to ask for. If you scroll down through the drawings, I can show you quickly what the plan looks like. So the existing garage, as mentioned, we're going to keep basically everything in there. We're going to introduce a staircase on the inside, on the ground floor, and then when we go up to the second floor, you see a proposal for a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, fairly comfortable second suite, if you will, or a garden suite. If you can keep going through the drawings, I can show you the other concerns. So from a variance perspective, keep going, that's the existing. From the variance perspective, most of the variances are basically based on setbacks from sides, from rear, as well as the height limitation. So from a height limitation, we really couldn't do too much because you can see that dash line that's in the middle of the patio door or close to the top of the patio door. That's the limitation for the height. And, if we were to follow that height limitation, because the garage is, higher than most, if you will, because of that existing condition, we are over the height limitation of 6 meters. In addition to that, we're trying to use the existing structure as much as possible. So we have a block structure below us, and we're simply building a lightweight structure on top. And the planning department was okay with us with that sort of approach, where we could build on top of the existing walls. And those are the reasons why we have the side setbacks and the rear setbacks in this case. We did pull the building back from the rear by actually 0.78 of a meter from the worst case scenario at the back of the property. So it didn't completely fill or fill up with the size of the existing box. And that's about all I have to say about this one. I'm hoping that if there's any questions, I can answer them for you.
Thank you, sir. Did we have a speaker waiting on this item?
Mr. Chair, yes, we do.
Okay. Maybe we can hold our questions until we hear from our speaker.
Dylan Brown, you're being unmuted.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you can give us your name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Dylan Brown. I'm a tenant of 272 Dovercourt Road. This concern on screen isn't mine. I don't know if that person is here and needs to go first.
Do we have another person? No? You're the only speaker that's registered today.
Thank you. Just related to the concern, I have two questions. The first one is related to the concern from the other person who's not here, but that was just shown on screen. Is there proposed work being done to the front of the house as well? Because that's what their concern looked like it was about, softscape work.
Okay, we will ask the agent to respond to that. Do you have any other concerns?
Yeah, and the other one was, is this the appropriate place to ask about not necessarily the structure and the specifics of the actual structure, but the working the plan for the work, the time it's going to take, the work hours, and then any relief we as renters may be able to get for that happening.
Yeah,
right outside our back door.
That's not within this committee's jurisdiction, but we can certainly ask the agent to respond to that.
Thanks. So yeah, on that last part, then it would just be, when is it going to happen? What are the working hours? And is there any relief we as tenants can get? Because it's happening right outside our back door, our front door in some cases. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. If we can get the agent back.
Yeah, so there is no proposal to actually make any changes to the front of the building. This is strictly for the garden suite at the back. Regarding the other questions, timing and so on, that's really has not been discussed or determined. And the owner is a contractor, so I am sure that he will. He will basically work with the tenants regarding when the construction is going to take place and so on, and to limit disruption in their lives.
Okay, thank you. All right, panel, any questions of the agent? I have one, and it's with respect to the height. So you're over a meter higher than the bylaw allows for this, and I did note your response was that the existing garage is almost 4 meters, so it's already pretty high. But that doesn't prevent you from, putting the floor for the upper unit a little lower than at the top of the existing garage. And you could conceivably construct this in a way that you would be able to meet the height bylaw. So maybe you could just chat a little bit about that. Like why are you, it looks like you're building on top of the existing. Hello?
Muted. Hi there. Thanks. I was trying to talk, but I noticed I was muted. That's a very good question. If you can zoom in a little bit more on this one, so you can see that the existing building, obviously, we're keeping it because of structural reasons. There are a couple of lines depicted there that basically say underside of joist and top of deck. So the idea is to reuse the existing structure in the garage 100%. So basically, this building is built like a commercial structure. It has block walls for structural and has open web steel joists supporting that roof. Our intention is to salvage all of that material, and that's really the reason why we are a meter over. We do require on a building like this with a flat roof, we do require space for the new roof structure as well. So we have a 9 feet 9-foot ceiling clearances inside the unit itself. Then we require a couple of feet for the structure and the parapets on top of that. So because of all of that, we're basically asking for this additional height. Could we come down a little bit? I would suggest potentially we could, but the owner was, looking forward to a nicer unit for the tenants, and that's the reason why we went with 2.97, which is about 10 feet from roof to roof, if you will, with a 9-foot ceiling on the inside.
So let me get this clear. So you're either unable to drop the ceiling of the existing garage to accommodate a lesser height profile?
We could, but it would be an extreme expense. There is a mezzanine inside the existing garage, and that would basically ruin the mezzanine inside of there as well. So there's a small little storage mezzanine in the back. But if the owner was asked to basically take out the entire steel structure inside this building, that would be an extreme expense for them.
So the ceiling beams are structural steel?
Correct. Open web steel joists. In fact, it's basically built like a commercial building. So in order to lower that roof of the garage, again, we're talking about significant expense and waste.
Thank you. Any other questions, panel? See none. Let's take this into committee. Thoughts or comments? Here.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just weigh in that you're right about the height, your comments about the height. However, I also note that the property directly behind this proposed structure seems to be fairly heavily wooded, and I don't believe there's a structure immediately behind it. So I suspect the neighbors to the rear, there may not be minimal impact. The impact on the neighbor to the south, I don't believe would be significant. And since there's no objections from anybody else, I think I can appreciate why the agent or the owners are thinking of this additional height, given the cost of lowering any joists in the existing structure. I think it's a supportable application.
Okay. Anyone else or a motion? Do you want to do motions here?
Sure, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application as revised, as amended. I don't believe there are any other conditions attached.
Nope. Okay. Motion to approve, seconded by Ms. West. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Move on to item number 5. 94 South Kingsway, and this is an application to alter the existing 1.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete second and third story additions and a rear 3-story addition, a partial front 3-story addition, a rear 3rd-story balcony, and a rear ground floor deck. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, email correspondence from the agent, an arborist report, and a tree protection plan. We have staff reports from Urban Forestry, Ravine and Natural Feature Protection, and the TRCA. There's correspondence in opposition from Swansea Area Ratepayers Association and from ED. No address provided. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, and we also have one registered speaker in support online.
All right. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Stambuk.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Can, just a little louder if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, absolutely.
That's better, thank you.
So my name is Ozran Stambuk, and I'm at 15 Moreland Road.
Okay, sir. The Ratepayers Association has written in opposition, so maybe just a very brief overview of your application, please.
You know, back in 2013, I built 29 South Kingsway with my father. It was an addition. We did the framing there. It was a wonderful experience. And even back then, so I was a wee little boy, but I do remember from even back then, the ratepayers wrote a letter opposing the application. And I think what they have done is lost all credibility because they write in an opposition letter to every single committee application on this street. And if you read their letters, they're actually very weak and without support of they don't have adequate evidence for what they say. And then they have the gall to say, first of all, they submitted that letter on the 22nd of April, or at least it was uploaded to the AIC. So I really don't think we should even be talking about it because they were so late. I did talk to the application technician and he said, oh, they submitted it on the Friday before the Easter long weekend. Like if you're gonna write an opposition letter to every single application, at least get your timing straight.
Okay, sir, okay, I understand your frustration. Maybe just focus on your application, please.
I think our application is a really good application that really fits the character of the approved variances in the neighborhood. So I also submitted some documents last minute if you need to go through a boring presentation about precedent, but I can assure you there is precedent for our variances and that far exceeds our variances. I recently did an application at 93 South Kingsway across the street where a similar FSI was granted. We have neighboring properties with a very similar, with a high level of a height variance. So I really feel it fits with the neighborhood. We don't have opposition from planning. We just have opposition from dear old Ed, which I mean, it's funny. At least he made me laugh, and that's all I can say about that. Otherwise, the application really fits with the neighborhood. We have staggered the back elevation, but I mean, it would only affect perhaps some squirrels negatively that are on the ravine lot. At the front, we really did a thoughtful design with a sloped roof and a dormer. So our sidewall variances really don't have relevance. We don't have opposition from the neighbors. So I really feel this is a supportable application.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Panel, any questions?
None.
No, none. Okay, let's go into committee. Zahir, I think you know this area quite well as well.
Yeah.
This strip is subject to, particularly on the west side, has been subject to a lot of redevelopment, which is pretty similar to what's being proposed here. It's a reverse ravine, so there's no one in behind. Seems like a reasonable application to me.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think you're right. From what I can see of it, it's a very appropriate application. The fact that it's also the rear portion, as the agent just noted, is set back from the north side, and so there's a lovely indentation. So there's no real impact on either neighbor on either side. It's a modest addition. I think it's a fully supportable application, and I also would like to know that there is a rear balcony, but the privacy screening is already in place, so very thoughtful there. I have no hesitation in supporting this application.
Okay, so I want to turn that into a motion.
Yes, I'd like to move a motion to approve this application. I believe the only conditions are forestry 1 and 2.
Okay, motion by Mr. Byatt to approve, seconded by Ms. West. All in favor? You have your application, or you have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
We move on to item number 6, which, did we defer that? No. That's good.
No.
Okay, item number 6, 185 Cowan Avenue. This is an application to convert an existing 2-story detached dwelling into a 3-story fourplex by constructing a complete 3rd-story addition, a front 2-story addition with porch, and a rear 2-story addition with a basement walkout, 3 platforms, ground floor, 2nd and 3rd level balconies, and a staircase connecting the ground and 2nd levels. There will be a total of 4 residential dwelling units on this lot. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, property information report from the agent. We have staff report from Urban Forestry, correspondence and concern from 485056 Elm Grove Avenue, and Trevor M. and Melissa M., residents of Elmo, no address provided. Correspondence and concern from 187 Cowan. We have correspondence and opposition from 66 Melbourne Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online as well as 2 registered speakers online.
Okay. Good.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Good morning.
My name is.
Your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Julie Zoll. My address is 60 Bathurst Street, Unit 814. I am also one of the owners of 185 Cowan.
Okay, ma'am, you've seen Forestry's report recommending to us to defer this application?
I have not seen that report.
Oh, well, they have. Can we pull that up on screen? Dated April 15th. You should have seen it. It would have been posted to the AAC.
I have not. I saw all the letters from neighbors.
Can you just take a moment to review this? They're recommending deferral so that you can satisfactorily confirm to Forestry whether certain mature trees can be adequately protected. So have you had discussions with Urban Forestry?
I have not, no.
All right, so.
I do not have any trees on my property.
No, but I think.
These are trees on the neighbor's property.
That's right.
I can see that, yeah.
So what forestry is saying is they're unsure whether your proposed application would potentially injure or cause damage to those trees that are basically boundary trees. And they're suggesting to us that we defer your application until such time as you've had further discussions with them to address those issues. So that kind of puts the panel in a bit of a tough spot, given that recommendation.
Okay, I mean, I'm happy to have that discussion with them. I'm also happy to include that as a condition if we want to move forward with this today.
No, I think what forestry is recommending is that we defer this application.
Understood, okay.
So are you okay with a deferral today so you can have those discussions?
Yes, that's perfectly fine.
Okay. All right, we have some folks here that is anyone in the audience speaking to this item? No? Anyone online?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Sheila from 187 Cowan Avenue will be speaking, and we have the owner at 50 Elm Grove Avenue. So they'll just be speaking to the deferral request then.
Welcome back, Sheila.
Yes. So the purpose of having me on the line is to agree or disagree with having the application deferred?
Yes, that's all I really need from you today. We're not going to be discussing the merits of the application today. We're only going to be discussing the request for a deferral.
As long as the same rule book and approach is applied to this application as to other applications, I have no problem with the deferral. However, I would
Thank you, ma'am.
note
So
that
I'm going to cut you off there because that's all I really need from you today. Thank you very much. Our next speaker.
Elaine, you've been unmuted.
I'm fine with the deferral. I assume I'll receive a new date.
Thank you, ma'am. Just for the record, if you could give us your name and address, please.
Oh, sorry, Elaine Reyes, 50 Elm Grove Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we can proceed with the deferral. Nazilla?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to defer the application so that the applicant have enough time to talk with the urban forestry regarding the trees.
Okay. Motion by Ms. West, seconded by Mr. Bissonnette. All in favor? You have your deferral, ma'am. I would suggest, given that there's a fair amount of concern from the adjacent neighbors, that in addition to talking with forestry, you may want to reach out and have some conversations with your neighbors. Do you want a break? We will take a 5 minutes, okay? 5-minute break. making enough noise back there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've only had one.
But Sabrina scares the shit out of me.
Yeah, she's not shy about getting involved.
So here, are you there? Nope.
Yes, I am here, Chair. Sorry.
All right, yeah, you want to turn your, yeah, there you go.
Yep.
All right, we resume with item number 7. 120 Morningside Avenue. This is an application to construct a new 2.5-story detached dwelling with an integral garage, a covered front porch with stairs, rear basement covered patio at grade, a rear first-level terrace with stairs and a canopy semi-covered, a rear second-level covered balcony, and a rear third-level covered terrace above the second floor, also to reconstruct and relocate the front yard driveway. Committee has before it copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of trees on the subject property, a covering letter with 12 photographs from the agent. We have a tree protection plan and email correspondence from the agent received April 17th. We have email correspondence from Transportation, is it Transportation Review now? It's not Services, right? Is that part of the reorg? Transportation Review. Staff reports from Urban Forestry and Ravine and Natural Feature Protection. We have advisory report from Ravine and Natural Protection as well. 21 petition signature and support from owners occupants of Morningside Avenue, Rambert Crescent, Easton Avenue, and Armadale Avenue. We have correspondence in concern from the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association and correspondence in opposition from 19 Armadale. And 1 form letter in opposition from 19 Armadale as well.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person as well as 1 registered speaker here in person in opposition.
Okay. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Trevor Gain. I'm the agent here on behalf of the owners.
Great, sir. We'll need a presentation, please.
Right. As mentioned in your description, the application before you is to demolish the existing 1-story dwelling and replace it with a 2.5-story dwelling with an integral garage. The context of the lot, it's approximately 10.52 meters wide, 36.5 meters deep. Morningside Avenue along this strip going from west to east is a slope up, it rises up, and once we're in front of the property then slopes back down, very similar to a reverse slope driveway. That slope down is about 1.73 meters from the curb. There's tableland at the existing house, and then once you pass the back wall of that house, it drops again another 3.4 meters to the rear property line. So as mentioned, we have 9 variances before you today. Front yard setback, a pair of variances for rear decks and balconies, building height, wall height, main floor height, building length and depth, and parking space width. I'll speak to a few of these. So front yard setback variance number 1. If you could bring up the ground floor plan on the submitted drawings. The house is designed that it meets the front yard setback. So the garage door, the main wall, the second floor wall, if you can go to the second page, or third page, please, ground floor plan. Yeah, and there's a dotted line right in front of the garage doors and kind of going right through the bay window. That's the required front yard setback. And what happens is that this house is kind of pushed into the ground. The ground floor is only about 46 centimeters off of grade. And what happens is that bay window in that office area is touching the front porch, therefore zoning examiner deemed it as main wall, and my front yard setback is taken to that bay window. Otherwise, the house itself complies with the required front yard setback. The ground floor deck at the rear, to the left of that photograph, contributes to 3 of the variances. So this, we're allowed 2.5 meter projection off the rear wall. We're proposing 3.05. Given that this deck is over 3 meters above the existing grade, we increase this deck by half a meter just for a little bit more amenity space off the main floor. And as you can see, it just houses some sofas and tables, maybe a barbecue area for the main floor residents. So because of this, this will be a concrete deck. Down below, we have solid walls on each side of it. And zoning is determined that underneath is not 50% open. Therefore, this deck not only has a variance for its size and height above grade, it also contributes to building length and building depth, because those two measurements are now measured from the bay window all the way to the back of this deck. If the bay window was a true projection, if this deck was a true rear projection, our building length would only be less than 16 meters from the garage wall to the back of the windows on the ground floor, and that continues up to the second floor. So that true reduction in building length was done on purpose, just because we know we're up. So we sort of made the building shorter, increased the deck by half a meter, and we're still a half a meter shy of what we could do as of right, just to kind of limit the amount of push into the rear yard. Wall height variance number 5, I'll speak to that one. We're allowed 7.5 meters for a pair of walls, either the front and back or the two sides. We're asking for 10.71. Now, where is this measured? So if I could have up page 7 on those plans. The front wall is actually designed to the underside of the third joist, kind of the coping that goes around above the arch windows. That's 7.62 meters. So there's a 12 centimeter variance right there. However, the bylaw does state that if you push your third floor back at least 1.4 meters from the front wall, that additional height is not wall height. So next page, please. So our third floor is pushed back over 3.5 meters, which is on the left, pushed toward. So that upper portion there is not part of the wall height. It's an allowed projection. At the rear of the property, next page, please. We have a similar situation. We have a cornice that goes around at the third floor joist, 7.62 meters above grade. However, in this case, based on house design, the stairs, the sloping back wall does come down to the rear wall. And because of that, we need some dormers. We need a deck, a balcony off the third floor by building code. So when we add up the 2 dormer roofs, that's more than 50% of the allowable area. Therefore, my wall height is measured there, and that's the variance. The 2 side walls are the opposite pair of walls, and those are also at the 10.17 meters, but in theory, those are as of right, because it's either for the 2 sides or the front and back. The last variance I'll mention, as I'm running out of time, is building height. We're asking for 1 meter. Not unheard of, these areas. Given that the properties all sort of step up and down, I don't think it's a noticeable height variance. And also, our established grade is about, I think, 1 meter below the existing grade. So we're kind of handcuffed on that, and that's my presentation.
Great, thank you, sir. Any questions? Just the grade change from front to rear, that is largely within the footprint of the structure, not the backyard? Like the backyard is relatively flat compared to the property in behind?
So the...
Do you know what I'm asking?
Yeah, so if you look at this picture right here, it's basically, there's tableland for the existing house, and then there's some photos that I can present up in my rebuttal when I come back on, and it'll explain it more clearly. But essentially, we have flat land at the house, and then it just drops right off right to the rear property line, if that's what you're asking me, sir.
Yeah, I'll come back to that, because I was curious about the pool and its juxtaposition on the lot.
Yeah, that's not before you, so we just put it in just to have a clear picture of what we're presenting. So there's no variances for the pool in front of you. That's dealt with a completely separate issue. We just showed it just to show that there's no landscaping variances, and we have to deal with pool through a completely different zoning review and through forestry. So those advisory comments that you saw, right, that's dealing with the pool, because then if you can bring up my site plan, page 1 on this one, you'll see that the ravine and natural features protection line loops around our house. It's not like the built area. There's like a little thin dashed line just so that going through the neighbor's house, and then it kind of crosses through our backyard. So the actual house built itself is completely out of this zone, but the pool is, and that's what the advisory comments are saying, that, you know, because they want to put the pool in, that tree number 3 might have to come down, and urban forestry might deny the removal of that tree, therefore the pool can't be.
Right, okay.
That's not before you.
All right. It was just shown on the plan, so I was just curious of it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. We have someone here?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, we'll call up the owners at 19 Armadale Avenue.
Good morning.
Good
My name
morning,
is
sir.
Chester Zerny. I'm here with my wife, Claire Ann Bateman Zerny. We live at 19 Armadale Avenue. Our backyard touches the backyard of 120 Morningside.
Okay, sir, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. I'm going to read a statement here. We've sent you, April the 7th, we sent a long, detailed challenge to the application. This area is environmentally protected by urban forest. 2 maps from City of Toronto website were included with our objection letter, and most of the 34.5 by 120 rear yard is protected by urban forest. TRCA is also on the map, including Morningside Avenue. Recent higher buildings have created a swirling wind effect through the urban forest. We lost an 80-foot high Colorado blue spruce in our yard recently. Trees were removed and earth altered in the backyard by the homeowner of 120 Morningside after taking possession of the property. Before and after pictures submitted with our objection letter, are there records of permits allowing those trees to be removed? The property is protected under 2 bylaws. Most of the current backyard at 120 Morningside is within an area covered by the Ravine and Natural Protection Bylaw. Does this proposal comply with Bylaw 473-2023 and Bylaw 569-2013? If not, it should be denied. To build this home, tons of earth will need to be removed, undermining the already precarious slope and soil stability in order to build the full 1-story walkout basement with 3 stories above it. This proposed building will tower 5 stories above our ground level in our backyard. There's about a 10-foot difference between the ground level and the yard. This will threaten all the mature oak trees and maple trees in close proximity to the property, including 2 mature maples in our backyard. The rear yard is made up of a walkout flat deck, patio stone, and a pool. I don't know why the pool's on the site plan. It shouldn't be there at all if they're not going to do it. There is also no softscaping to allow for any rainwater drainage or snow melt, increasing the possibility of flooding. The pictures shown identify a patio, a pool, and no softscaping in the backyard. We have sent Urban Forest, Yaroslav Medivsky, Supervisor, Ravine and Natural Feature Protection, and Melanie Dubroy, Supervisor, Tree Protection and Plan Review, the above described information. Our objection letter to the Committee of Adjustment dated April 7/25 and a letter to Urban Forestry, we know are now granting permission to remove, we are not granting permission to remove any trees from the property. The cutting of the trees and removing of altering soil goes against the official plan to preserve and maintain urban forest 3.4.1D. This plan for 120 Morningside will dominate our home with multiple platforms overlooking our yard and bedrooms. So it'll be like 5 stories high looking into our backyard and our bedrooms. It will cause additional shadows and affect our natural light. This proposal is inappropriate for this environmentally protected urban forest. 50% required softscape variance is missing, and additional 20% FSI has not been identified. Nick Singh, Secretary Treasurer of Swansea Area Ratepayers Association, also sent a letter opposing the application, saying it did not meet the deferral test for a minor variance and should not be approved. Nick stated that there is also a problem with the application under the headline technical matters. The posted public notice at the property stated is a 2.5-story building. That is somewhat misleading. From our vantage point at Armadale, at the home's rear, it's a 4-story home. The large in-ground pool at the end of the yard and the bachelor apartment are not shown on the notice. It does not meet the 4 tests for a minor variance. It does not maintain the intent of zoning by law and the official plan. Please see Trevor Gaines Associates submission and illustrated plan. Front and back elevation of house, 2 pictures, letter to the Committee of Adjustment stating it's a 2.5-story dwelling. Trevor Gaines also goes on to state that he controlled the variances as best he could. Trevor Gaines also included 12 pictures of the house property and surrounding property identified from A to L dated April 14th, 2025. Jennifer Chow, zoning examiner, in her letter to Trevor Gaines, August 30th, 2024, stated there are 9 variances in the zoning bylaw. Trevor Gaines, rather than trying to remediate those variances, put them on a page 2 of the public notice as minor variances to the zoning bylaw. We believe there are at least 2 additional variances required, 50% softscape, 20% increase in FSI. Jennifer Chow, also zoning officer, did not consider these 9 variances minor. Trevor James was 4 days late in submitting his application received on March the 4th by the committee, and it should be considered abandoned. We do not believe establishing a grade is properly shown. Where our structural report engineering report soil sampling, slide 7 of the site plan shows 120 Morningside being higher than 118 Morningside. Driving by 118, it is clear that it's 10 feet higher than 120. Can someone explain why that is? There are problems. Bottom right, site sign 1, all information on this site plan to be confirmed by qualified surveyor. There are problems with the survey prepared by Aziz Surveyors. Ryan Marshall is noted as owner, incorrect. Neighborhood petition, only the people affected who received the public notice are qualified to sign. It also has 9 variances, not 1, as shown on the petition.
So I'm just going to ask you to wrap up, please.
The bachelor apartment and the pool were not mentioned. In summary, we are concerned with all the removal of earth of the house, and no softscaping may cause flooding and foundation issues to our 88-year home. This has already been known flooding area. Trevor Gaines stated the same in a letter dated April 14th. This excessive build with large in-ground pool, multiple platforms and stairs will greatly impact our privacy and enjoyment of our trees, gardens, and home that we have enjoyed for 34 years.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of this speaker? None. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lots to unpack here. I'll try my best. First of all, protocol. I submitted all the applications. I submitted all the photos. I submitted everything in time. We put the sign up. The notices went out, all confirmed by staff, which is why we're here today. So I'm not sure what the reference was with that, with the errors in the application. The subject is subject to the ravine and natural features protection. As I mentioned, I showed you the line on the site plans. TRCA, this land is not regulated by the TRCA. That TRCA regulation limit stops just at the curb in front of our property and then down the hill to the south. That was easily confirmed in about 30 seconds. You go to their website, you put in the address, regulated search, it pops up. I did submit a screenshot of that application, which is in the file. The floor area, there's no floor area variance. That's as a result of the basement apartment. It's part of the multiplex bylaw, so that is not a missing variance. We do not have any soft landscaping. We meet the 50% in the back. We meet the 75% in the front. So we comply on all those fronts. So this is not a 5-story house. This is a 2.5, 3-story house. We do not have any variances for the number of stories. We have a 1-meter height variance to accommodate that, which is we're not asking for 2.5 meters for a full story. So we were able to squeeze in the 3rd story within that extra meter, and that's measured again from the established grade, which is about a meter below the natural grade because of the way the property slopes up and down. Regarding the letters and the Ratepayers Association, I won't go into my comments about them. The previous applications kind of spoke to that. But in that letter, he was mentioning the consensus of the residents against the wishes of the neighbors, not welcome in the community. And I just questioned him, who is he referring to? Because the only opposition we have on file is from 19 Armadale. Our first meeting with them in the backyard, the owner, Mr. Ryan Marshall, he introduced himself, and right away they mentioned, if you build a new house, we'll oppose you. So right away we kind of knew who they were, what they were about. Also speaking with the neighbor who went for a similar situation, so we never contacted them again just to not upset them. And instead, we designed the house as best we could, try to control the variances, and we spoke to all the neighbors. And we have that support petition of 21 signatures support. So I don't think it's the consensus of the neighborhood. Everybody in the immediate area is supportive of our application. Can I have my covering letter up on the screen? So this front rendering, again, just really quickly, that cornice, that's my wall height, and you can see the 3rd floor is pushed back. Second page, please. Again, there's the rear yard view, so no matter what we do, we have a true basement walkout. We have a 3-meter drop in the backyard, so it will appear 4 stories, but again, it's a 2.5-story house. Second, 2 more pages to where the photos begin. Yes, thank you. So in photograph B, this one you could see, this is the view up the street. Let me just get to the page. You can see our property's in the middle. You're kind of looking east as Morningside heads up. You can see the stepped properties. Next page. Photograph E in the middle, this is again taken from Morningside, kind of looking towards the northeast. 118 Morningside is on the left, and you can see that the neighboring properties beyond that are even above them, looking down on it. Photograph F, just as you scroll down, this is across the street, and you can see the Morningside as it elevates up. We're overlooking the roofs of the neighboring properties to the south, and that's the TRCA limit. Next page, please. So here's the existing backyard situation in photograph G. I have my back against the fence looking back towards our property. The red bungalow, that's our property with the sloping roof and a flat attached garage. 118 Morningside is beside us. You see the large retaining walls, and even in this shot, the bungalow is towering over everything just because of the nature of the 3-meter drop. I guess it's page, yeah, the bottom photograph I. So in this photo here, it was taken recently. I was standing beside the existing attached garage looking north. And you can see, I'm standing on the existing grade, and I'm well over the roofs of the neighbors to the north. So no matter what we do, there is just an elevation change. You can't help it. And lastly, the next page of photographs, please. All these photographs, J, K, and L, this is the rear yard situation during the summer. You can see there's a natural green screen, fully treed, fully vegetated across. We can't even see the neighbors to the north. So I think it's adequately screened. The balconies we have, as I mentioned, the 3rd floor balcony, we need by code. We have no problem with privacy screens on it, pretty standard response. The 2nd floor balcony was really just a result of just taking some GFA. We don't need that big of a bedroom. So again, screens on that one. And the ground floor one, we have no problem with the privacy screens, but if the committee does wish, we would ask that you only put them on the sides, simply because that deck is the main amenity space for the residents. And if we put a privacy screen on the back end of it, we totally block the view to the backyard, which is just not for the safety of the kids. So just to wrap up, neighborhood in transition, there's lots of examples of new houses and renovated houses going on. People change. This was an estate sale. The previous resident moved away. New families move in. Houses change to suit their current needs.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions? No, sorry. I'm sorry, sir. Your time's been... No, I'm sorry, sir, you can't. The rules don't allow for it. Thank you very much, sir. We'll take this into committee. Who wants to start?
I can start.
Okay, Nazila?
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair. I was carefully listening to the neighbor in the back and the applicant, and I reviewed the file. I think the way that the architect designed, and especially the setback of the 3rd floor, it really take a little bit of massing from the street side, and also looking at the photos that were provided in summer, there is a lot of vegetation in the backyard, so I think naturally they can have it blocked so it doesn't disturb the neighbor on the other side. So for me, this is a supportable application, especially that the site is on the slope. So I appreciate the explanation for the height.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I agree. I find the design thoughtful. I think negative impacts are mitigated. It looks like it would be an attractive addition in keeping character with the neighborhood.
Okay, anyone else? All right, I'll look for someone for a motion. Nazila?
To you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with one condition of urban forestry number 3. I know that the applicant suggested the privacy screen, but I don't think it's necessary.
I think the applicant offered privacy screen. I think maybe we might want to take them up on that.
Okay.
On the sides, just on the sides.
Okay, we will.
Each level.
Okay, a privacy screen.
I think that would be
both side of the balcony.
East and west.
East and west
East and
sides.
west.
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, there's also ravine condition number 1.
I thought it was an advisory, but is there a condition?
They do have it
You have a condition? Okay.
Believe
We've already submitted, but
And the condition number 1 of the remain.
Great. Okay. Motion by Ms. West to approve with those conditions, seconded by Mr. Bissonnette. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we move on to item number 8, 24 Luty Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition with a rear 3rd-story deck above, a rear ground floor deck with stairs, and a rear basement walkout. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, staff report from urban forestry, presentation materials from the agent, and correspondence and support from 26 Luty Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Good morning.
Hello. Good morning. I'm Kieran Randall. I'm the agent, 1091 Dita Avenue.
Thank you, sir. We don't have anyone registered to speak on this item, but we do have forestry report recommending refusal of variance number 2, which is your FSI. So have you seen that?
I have. We saw it yesterday. We have a presentation that we would like to speak to that, if I may.
Yes, by all means. You have 5 minutes then, sir. We'll just reset. Can we just reset the clock? Thank you.
Thank you for that consideration.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
So we are proposing a 2-story addition at the rear. I'll jump straight into the minor variances that are being requested. The first one are the side setbacks of the platforms of the decks. My understanding is the rationale for that side setback is for privacy issues. If we go to the next page, you'll actually see that we have a rendering of the condition of that side. We've got a 3-story adjacent building with no windows. So there is no privacy issue on the side where those side setbacks are being requested for the platforms. The bottom deck does pop through 2.5 feet from that, so we have a privacy screen. I'll jump to the next variance, which is the increase of FSI from 0.6 to 0.97. At this point, I'd like to break out that this requested FSI, I would like to break it into 2 subgroups. One is the square, and the other one is that long rectangle. The square responds to squaring off the back of the addition. Currently, it has a zigzagging facade. This squaring off area is paramount for this project to work. It's vital. Then we are also requesting for a 2-foot lengthening of the building from there. That is for enhanced interior proportions and layout. If we can go to the next sheet, please. So here I have depicted, just with a quick square volume, the size of this addition. And at this point, I would like to jump to the tree that we can see, which is urban forestry's concern. We are close to this tree, so I'd like to state that the owners will not be harming this tree. If we can go to the next sheet, I have depicted the protection area of this tree. I noted it as a radius of 4.8. It's actually 4.2. That's a mistake on my side when drafting. And I'd like to note that the overlap of the protection area of this tree is entirely with this 2-foot strip. The actual infill is not touching the protection area. We are in coordination with our arborist, Seven Oaks, and we will be working with urban forestry to procure all approvals from them. And if that results in having to scale back the project, we will be doing that because it aligns with my client's views. They bought this property because of that tree and they will not be harming that tree. So we will be exploring different types of foundation options, cantilevering that 2-foot extension, or even pulling it back if no consensus is agreed between our arborist, urban forestry, and their approval process. So we will not be hurting that tree. So that addresses urban forestry's concern respect to variance number 2. To the next sheet. So finally, and I'll finish ahead of time to make things quicker. Our client has conversed with their neighbors. We have a support letter from the neighbors at 26 Luty. The neighbors at 22 Luty Avenue have verbally expressed they don't have an issue. We do consider that this application is minor in nature in the character of the neighborhood, and we're looking forward to hopefully having your support. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir, thank you. So your current plan is to excavate a basement as well as the first and second story?
So we have a basement walkout, which is at the north of the property. If you go to the basement proposed plan, there. So that proposed walkout at the north, once again, is going to be coordinated with our arborist, with urban forestry. If we need to scale that back narrower, making it tighter to the north, because the circle of protection is outside of the stair. I do believe it's close to the storage does encroach, but once again, we are going to be going through the correct channels with urban forestry and scaling that back as needed if that is what requires to keep that tree healthy.
And just looking at your photo from the rear, it's a little deceptive. It looks like the tree is really close to the existing structure. So how far away will the tree be from your proposed extension when it's done?
If we go to the site plan, that tree is noted there. Thank you. So the tree that is in question is the one to the right. So it today is, I don't have that measurement with me, but today it's approximately 3 meters to the existing. And it is, if we go to the 4.2 meter protection area, the actual infill is entirely out of that. And the stair going down, not the storage, is entirely out of that. So that 2-foot strip and that storage at the basement, once again, we're not going to hurt this tree. If we need to scale that back, we will in coordination with urban forestry.
Yeah, no, I'll take your word for it. The photo is quite, I mean, if you're saying the trunk is 9 feet away from your, I mean, your photo it doesn't appear to do that gap justice. It looks like it's right up next to it.
I think that's because of the angle, but this is information from, we didn't survey this. This is from the surveyor.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Panel, any questions? No? Okay. Thank you, sir. There's no speakers on this one? No? All right. We'll take this into committee. Anyone have any observations? Nazila?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I just think, what if we defer the application so that they have time to talk with the to talk with the urban forestry and result, because as you mentioned, the photo doesn't really reflect what the applicant mentioned, and we have a letter from forestry staff to deny variance number 2, so maybe
Which would deny
deferral.
the entire project, right?
Yes, so maybe deferral will be an option.
Okay. Anyone else? What does anyone else think? So here.
If I may. Yeah, I tend to agree with Ms. West because it's very difficult to accurately see, and the fact that the agents appears not to have been aware of this particular denial of variance number 2. My thought would be the best thing is that they do defer it and come back again. I mean, it's only 2 variances, and it's a pity that this wasn't addressed earlier. I think the problem would not have occurred.
Yeah, and if it is, currently 9 feet away, they're only proposing to go out, a couple feet. So I think the real issue is the root structure, right? There may be a construction technique which would allow them to do what they want without excavating over there. All right, then, okay, so I'm just going to go to committee and ask the agent to come back. You're on the line, sir?
Hello, yes, I am.
You've heard the panel's comments on your application. It's a little difficult for us to make an informed decision based on what we see before us and what we have from forestry. Maybe a better option for you would be to defer and have further discussions with forestry to address and potentially resolve their concerns. Would you be okay with the deferral?
I would be okay with 2 outcomes. One, yes, the deferral would be acceptable, but I offer this other one. We would also be okay if we scaled back the FSI to just have the infill and not the 2-foot extension. If that gives the panel enough confidence to approve, we would also be okay adjusting the proposal likewise.
Well, sir, it's your call. We're not going to decide that for you. What would you like to do?
We'll adjust the proposal. Actually, no, we'll defer. I think that makes sense.
I think that's a good decision, sir. All right, thank you. Nazila, do you want to move deferral?
Yes. Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to defer this application so that the applicant have enough time to talk with Urban Forestry and modify the drawings as he wished.
Okay, motion by Ms. West to defer, seconded by Mr. Bissonnette. All in favor? You have your deferral, sir. Thank you very much. Item number 9, 625 Harvey has been withdrawn. Item number 10 is 284 Avenue Road. This is an application to convert the existing 3-story semi-detached mixed-use building containing 1 residential unit and 1 commercial unit into a triplex containing 3 residential dwelling units by installing a new basement dwelling unit. Committee has before it a copy plan, a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 8 photographs of the subject property, and presentation materials from the agent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Great, thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Mark Friesner. I'm with the Design Distillery in Toronto. Our address is 90 Power Street, Unit 2 in Toronto.
Thank you, sir. Sir, we've read the information. Your presentation materials were very helpful. I don't think we need a presentation on your application today. We may have questions, but before we do that, is there anything you'd like to share with the panel before we make a decision?
I mean, I think the application's pretty straightforward from my point of view, and the clients as well, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Most of it is covered in the support material, so since you guys have read that, I'm just open to answering any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions on this application? No, sir, we don't have any questions. It's a fairly straightforward application. We'll take this into committee. Anyone want to take this one on? Ryan?
Sure, I'll make a motion to approve the 2 variances in the application.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Bissonnette to approve. Do I have a seconder? Ms. West, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Item number 11, 33 St. Claren's Ave. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a one residential unit within the basement, a new front porch with stairs and canopy, and a front basement walkout. There will be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot, and the existing rear 1-story ancillary building will be maintained and unaltered. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, an arborist report, planning justification letter from the agent, tree protection plan. We have staff reports from Urban Forestry and from Metrolinx.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person, no registered speakers for this item.
Good morning, or sorry, technically good afternoon.
My name is Ariana Nanoa, planner at Design Plan Services, Inc., located at 87 Skyway Avenue, Suite 200, Toronto.
Okay, similarly, this seems like a fairly straightforward application. I was going to say, anyone need a presentation on this? No, we don't need a presentation today. We've read the material. We're familiar with your application. Is there anything you'd like to share with the panel before we take it into the committee for a decision?
Yes, through you, Chair, happy to not provide a full presentation, but if I may provide a brief overview.
Sure.
That would be appreciated. So I would like to note that we have discussed this application with planning staff, and they have indicated no concerns with the proposal. We have also reviewed the conditions from Urban Forestry and Metrolinx. The owner is agreeable to the Urban Forestry conditions. In terms of the Metrolinx approval conditions, the owner respectfully disagrees to imposing these conditions. As it stands today, a dwelling currently exists on the property, and since the easement and its conditions are not presently required, the existing dwelling can be occupied without the easement in place. Thus, the owner does not feel comfortable with the approval conditions and respectfully disagrees with the Metrolinx conditions.
Just as an aside, we typically don't impose the easement condition from Metrolinx.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. In terms of the application itself, this is a generally straightforward application, which was noted by yourself and the panel. It's just a replacement of the existing porch and to permit a residential unit within the basement. The proposed front porch and encroachment setbacks are largely in existing condition and will be maintained. Further, the proposed soft landscaping is just largely a result of the existing deficient landscaping on the property, and this is also a common condition within the neighborhood. I believe this proposal does represent good planning and meets the 4 tests under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions? Panel? All right, we don't have any questions, but thank you for the overview. We'll take this into committee. Anyone want to take this one? Here?
Sure, Chair. I'll put, as you noted, it's a fairly straightforward application. I don't think there are any issues with this one. There was a Forestry 1 condition attached, but apart from that, there aren't any. So I'd like to move a motion to approve with Forestry 1.
Okay, motion by Mr. Byatt to approve with subject to forestry condition number 1, seconded by Mr. Bissonnette. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right. Item number 12 is 47 Northcliffe Boulevard. This is an application to alter the existing 3-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story sunroom. The existing 1-story garage will be maintained and unaltered. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, and a tree site plan prepared on February 11th. We have 6 letters in support, signed by owners occupants of 48 and 104 Luty Avenue and 75 Northcliffe Boulevard.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Antoniadis. I am the agent for 47 Northcliffe Boulevard.
Great. And your address, sir?
240 Viceroy Road in Vaughan.
Okay, stand by, sir. Guys, does anyone need a presentation on this one?
No.
Fairly straightforward. We're on a bit of a roll here. Sir, we've read your application. We're familiar with the material. It's fairly straightforward. We don't really need a presentation today, but is there anything you'd like to share with us before we take it into committee for a decision?
Nope. I think we're okay.
Okay. All right, we're in committee. Nazilla?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with no condition. Very straightforward.
Okay, motion by Ms. West to approve, seconded by Mr.
I'll
Byatt.
second that, yeah.
All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Item number 13. 162 Pinewood Avenue. This is an application to legalize and maintain the existing side wall and roof overhang of the rear one-story addition to the existing two-story detached dwelling, which was constructed beyond the limits of the authorized building permit. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 9 photographs of the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, the order to comply affecting the subject property, and a tree site plan prepared by the agent. Good afternoon, sir. Name and address.
My name is Dennis Kenwell. I'm the contractor.
Okay, sir. You have an order to comply, and it looks like you're in to kind of rectify that. Maybe give us a bit of an overview of what's happened.
It was an error on our part. We constructed the new wall of the addition in line with the existing house, but we were not aware that the stucco would, the 1-inch stucco would be considered an encroachment into the allowable side yard setback. And we also created a fascia board above the stucco to protect the stucco and not fill into the allowable side yard setback.
So yes, you're seeking relief by 0.06 meters?
Yes.
Okay, that's roughly an inch? Okay. All right, panel, any questions?
None.
None. I think it seems quite understandable and doesn't feel like there's going to be any dramatic impact on your neighbor. So let's take it into committee. Zahir?
Yes, Chair, thank you. The covering letter was most helpful. Thank you very much. I did have a good chuckle when I saw what the excess was. I don't believe this one is an issue at all. So I think the only thing I would add is just for the record, because anytime we have a request for legalization, I think we'll put in that standard note that for the record we don't approve of any construction outside of approved construction. So I'd like to move approval of this application with no conditions at all.
Okay, motion by Mr. Byatt to approve, seconded by Mr. Bissonnette. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you for coming down. Item number 14 is 1170 and 1180 DuPont Street. This is an application to permit a car washing establishment use located on the ground level of the existing two-story commercial building on the site. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, and a cover letter from the agent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Cedillo. Address is 10 Morrison Street, Toronto, and I'm the applicant and agent.
Good afternoon, sir. Again, I don't think we're going to need a presentation there. Maybe just an explanation. It seems a little confusing. There's a car wash right next to you. You have a detailing operation. Is it just because you're expanding?
No, to clarify, we are not associated with the neighboring car wash. They've been here for almost 50 years. This is a car detailing. It's separate ownership completely. What the cover letter is trying to do is point out the differences between what I'll call a typical car wash and a detailing use, which is what we are.
Okay.
I've got a presentation if you'd like, or I can just answer some questions, whatever you prefer.
I don't think we'll need a presentation, sir. It seems like a little bit of a quirk of the bylaw. I don't think we need a presentation. Anyone have any questions?
No, none.
No, I think we understand your application. Thank you for the material you've submitted. We're familiar with what you're proposing. Is there anything further you'd like to add before we take it into committee for a decision?
No, I agree. It's quite straightforward. Another thing I'll point out is there's been a change of ownership, but a similar detailing use has existed in this very same unit in the same building for nearly 20 years. The owners were not aware that it wasn't permitted when they obtained it, and here we are trying to rectify that.
Okay. Thank you. Let's take this into committee. Who wants it? Ryan, do you want this one?
Sure. As a lover of a spotless car, I'd like to put forward a motion to approve this application for the variance.
Okay, motion to approve by Mr. Bissonnette with the spotless car, seconded by Ms. West. All in favor? You have your approval and potentially a new customer.
Perfect. Thank you. We'll see you there.
We deferred item number 15. Item number 16 has been withdrawn. We move on to item number 17, which is also deferred. Just skipping through here. Item number 18. 769 Dundas Street West. This is an application to alter the existing two-story detached building by constructing a rear second-story addition and a third-story addition. There will be a commercial unit on the ground level and one residential dwelling unit occupying the second and third levels of this site. Committee has before it copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, received April the 7th, 3 photographs of the subject property, email correspondence from the Transportation Development Review, if I got the right, is it just Development Review or Transportation Development Review? It doesn't matter. And Community Planning.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Yes, my name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner.
Good afternoon, sir. So have you seen planning's recommendation to refuse variance number 4?
Yes, we have spoken with planning staff. The owner is in agreement with their recommendation to remove variance number 4, so we would like to remove that variance. And the owner is also in agreement with their condition for a front public bench and front-facing bird-friendly windows, if committee deems necessary to include.
Okay, then, Joe, if you could just give us just a brief overview of your application then, just to make sure we fully understand where you're at now.
Yes, the intent of the application is to maintain the existing commercial use on the ground floor while providing a high-quality residential unit on the second and third floors. The rear yard setback variance number 5, it's an existing condition of the building, and the addition will not create any negative impacts over that existing condition. Variances 1, 2, and 6 relate to parking space, and variance number 3 pertains to a bicycle parking space. I'll note that the existing lot cannot accommodate parking space. However, this is a walkable area with access to transit, and also there's an existing bicycle post and ring directly out front on city property, which helps to offset that variance. Transportation Review has no objections with the application, and we feel the application is reasonable and minor in nature. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, sir, thank you. Panel, any questions?
No.
No, it doesn't look like we have any questions. Thank you. Good overview. All right, we're in committee. Zahir, did you have your hand up? I'm sorry. Yes, you did.
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think this is a fairly straightforward application, and the planning has already given us their feedback, and I think based on planning conditions, I'm quite happy to move forward a motion. I don't believe there are any other conditions attached to this amended application. So I'd like to move approval.
Okay, motion by Mr. Byatt to approve the amended application subject to planning conditions.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. One of the conditions that community planning is imposing is that the proposal be constructed substantially in accordance with the plans received by the Committee of Adjustment on April 7th. That may cause some issues if variance number 4 has been removed.
Right.
So we may only want to look at conditions number 3 and 4 from that report. So bird-friendly windows and a bench be installed.
Okay, so we don't impose condition 1 because it would be inaccurate?
That's correct.
Zahir, you want to amend your motion, or is that okay with you?
Yes. No, that would be fine. I think, thank you for pulling that up, Sabrina. I think that would be fine.
Okay. Then you are moving a motion to approve the amended application subject to recommendation number 3 and 4 in the planning report dated April the 16th.
I believe that would be correct.
Okay. Seconded by Ms. West. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we move on to, no, we don't. That's it for the morning?
Yes.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, then we'll just resume back at 2 p.m.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. See you later.
See you later, Zahir.
What are we going to do for an hour and 45 minutes?
I'm sorry. I should have talked a lot more just to slow things down a little bit. I thought we were in a little trouble there. Then the last 5 or 6 just kind of. Very good. I should never, no one should second guess you.
It's just by chance.
I don't believe that because I have sat in on other district meetings and they don't go the same way. And remember who gave it to you. Are you going to this stakeholder thing next month? You're not going?
I forget what's on Monday. Is there training on Monday?
No. Yes, there is. Really?
I have panel member training.
Oh, I do. 9:30 to 12:30.
9:30.
Session.
You're right.
I won't be able to go because it's election day. Yeah, both.
puts it on. You see an agenda? Vanessa reached out asking for people for topic ideas. Maybe it's here. I just she sent off a bunch of other things.
Hey, thank you.
There you go. Use your time wisely, guys. Use all that time wisely.
So the 7.3 million people voted in advance polls. That's enormous. And that would usually favor opposition, right? It's like, go against this guy. However, when you look at the demographics of who voted, I think it would favor this. If I had a mix, no older. So, just a switch. It used to be the opposite. Everything used to be the opposite. When you look at, the Ontario provincial election in 1979, Conservatives won all the urban ridings, and Liberals won all the rural ridings. Now it's completely opposite. Yes, it used to be completely opposite. Completely opposite. If you look at voting patterns, rural is almost always urban is not in the 70s apparently. So much has changed, and they very young demographics is voting conservative, but they also don't vote in the same numbers. Now I think it should be around 180 seats. I think Liberals will win the sweep Atlantic Canada, majority of seats in Quebec, majority of seats in Ontario, around 50-50 in Manitoba, and then majority of seats in British Columbia. So and then they'll win all the territories. Just two provinces will be in opposition. Alberta, Saskatchewan. Yeah. So it'll be interesting. Yeah.
No. To restart it? I restarted right now, and now I couldn't find the time.
Oh, you mean the little
Yeah,
stopwatch?
yeah. Should be here. Ah, yeah. Thank you. I should complete the agenda packet.
Yeah, I always forget.
Yeah.
I always forget when I have a hearing.
Yeah, because You too.
no spring.
Yeah.
Not like it's been weird.
I think.
He's Italian, of course he has a fishing boat.
And he bought one of those temporary structures that he put up.
Oh yeah, I have one in my cottage, yeah.
So we had cleaned up like a part of our property where we have like forest
Yeah.
area. So one day, you know what, it's a good day, let's go put it up. So then we finally like not have to worry about the boat. Fine. It rained the entire time that we were trying to put this thing up. I'm like, oh my god.
So putting those up are hard. Is it a shelter logic? They're so hard. It's probably the only time my wife and I ever fought. Is putting that damn thing up.
Like it didn't, it just took time, right? It was like you think, oh, we're gonna be here in and out in like
Yeah.
2 hours at most. But it's just so time consuming and like, gotta make sure everything's drilled in properly.
Oh yeah. It's yeah. Well, in addition to your job, but you have a pretty lengthy commute.
Yeah,
Like when you leave here,
an hour and a half to 2 hours.
yeah.
2 hours.
So that's
Yeah.
between 3 and 4 hours added to your day.
Yeah, like if I was trying to get out last night with the hockey game,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'd probably be crazy.
Do you, how many days do you come in?
Once.
Once a week, okay.
That's not too bad.
That's just,
No,
that's,
it's more than manageable. Yeah.
So not everyone, all the city employees are needs to come once a week or twice a week?
Twice. Minimum twice. Some of them, like some people come in a lot. Yeah, because they're close to work and they want that social atmosphere. Yeah.
you know me, I work at my cottage.
Yeah, with the view and.
Yeah,
nice view.
my company has a 3-day-a-week policy. I go once a month. But I arranged it with my boss. I'm like, so I'm head of municipal relations. Like I'm in a government relations role, and I go all over Ottawa last week, Thunder Bay tomorrow, Winnipeg. I'm going to Peace River, Alberta. Deep River, Ontario. Like I go all over the place. So when I don't have to travel, I just go to my cottage.
Relax.
And I travel a lot, like at night or on Sundays, right? So
Sundays is good for commuting?
yeah, if I have to go to BC or if I have to go to New Brunswick, I'll go on the Sunday, especially if I have to be there Monday morning. So some people won't travel on Sundays, but I don't mind. Are you in a running club?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yesterday we did 6
Oh. That's a lot. That's where my sister lives.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they live, is it Highway 50 that goes through Palgrave? So past the village, there's a golf course on the left, and they're like executive condo townhomes. They're in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
They used to live on the Gore Road and had 28 acres.
Okay, yeah.
And then they have a cottage too. So it's like we have 2 properties that require so much work.
Yeah.
So they knew someone who lived in there, and they were retiring and moving, so they bought it and sold their place on Gore Road.
Yeah, really nice place. Yeah, Palgrave is like,
Yeah.
yeah, so every Tuesday nights, we run
The forest.
That's so meditative.
Do you have like trail running shoes then? Yeah.
you have to, because it's so like downhill, uphill.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's great. It's fabulous.
You don't keep walk a little bit and then run, you run entire 6
So
kilometers.
there's groups that run, and without stopping. And then, so you kind of work your way up. So you start with running, and then stopping every once in a while for a quick walk, and then starting back up again. And then you move to like just running the entire time.
Something I want to do.
So I play soccer on the nights. So I do that on the nights. And then I go and run. And it's like, running is very different. Like it's total mindset. You have to be in a mindset to just run. Right? And like playing a sport is different. Really, really different. It's just much different than just running. I actually hate it.
Running?
I hate it.
Yeah, I hate it too.
It's in music,
I hate it, but
how do you run?
no, I don't put any, because you're kind of talking to people as you're running too. I hate it, but then when I start running again, I become obsessive about it. So like tomorrow morning, I'll go and run 2 kilometers.
In the morning.
Once I drop my son off at 8, I'll go for a quick run. So it's crazy. So I won't do anything from like October to end of March, and then as soon as April hits, all of a sudden I become like, I have to work out every day.
Catch up.
No, I don't know.
You don't do indoor eating?
No, I can't do gym. It either has to be a sport or just like, that's it. Even just walking.
No.
It's funny because I walk every night because we have 2 dogs. And yeah. Yes. Yes. And we get our dogs and we live in the beaches, right? So we go to the boardwalk. We walk a lot of the side streets just to look at houses. So I see them all the time on the agenda. I'm like, I know exactly where that house is, right? Or if I see them close by ahead of time, I'll go by and just, check it out. I would love to go to every property, but it's 39 properties. Imagine driving around 39 properties. I know you used to do it.
Yes, I did all of them
Yeah.
for a longer period of time.
Back in the day, like years ago, we actually used to like all the members would get on the bus.
I've heard
They
that.
would go from property to property. Yeah.
But would they get compensated for that day?
Oh, it was a fun trip. Let's see.
Part of your together visit.
Yeah. that's-
And then it got stopped.
Yeah.
Because the city would cover the cost of the bus.
Yeah.
And now they recover the cost of your driving, gas and everything. But I didn't know at that time.
Yeah.
For 1 year or maybe even more, I go to every single site.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's what they've been told me. And then later, the chairs, I took chairs, they said, we told you because you haven't done it before, but you can just select.
I think it's the
as a compliment.
They were
At that
admiring
time, I
your
thought it was a
dedication.
compliment, but now I know it was a joke.
They were admiring your dedication.
I even downloaded some apps that would type all the addresses to
Oh,
give
wow.
me the best route.
Oh, the best route, yeah, that's a good idea too.
Yeah, but it took forever to put all the addresses, but it always does.
Yeah.
And then it gives me all the map where to go. And when you stop, it shows you stop. And then it takes me days, weekend plus some afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
That infill one that I opposed,
Oh, the High Park one.
I fully thought I was going to get outvoted. I thought I was getting outvoted. Like, I know.
I thought it was a good.
Like, I made a stand because I think it was not good for the neighborhood, the look of it. But I expected to get outvoted. Right?
No, and that's the problem when you get 4 instead of 5.
Yeah.
Is that, I can't.
Yeah.
I can't.
Cause a tie.
Yeah, I thought it was I know, I don't know if you know that area, I know that area quite well.
I just, the tiny little bachelors in there, I thought it was too imposing for that street.
Yeah, that's fair. My son just bought a house on Quebec Avenue.
Oh, yeah.
Straight over.
Yeah, yeah.
Spending an inordinate amount of time on renovating the basement.
Wow.
We got it excavated and underpinned.
Yeah, yeah, we did that to ours too, so we could have 9-foot ceilings in a basement. We
That's
want
my job.
to actually sell because it's too big. Our house is too
You don't hear
big.
that very often.
And we're in the beaches, so I would really like to get like a semi in Cabbagetown or Harbour Village, more central and way less square footage.
Yeah.
We don't have kids, so.
Yeah, I guess that's true. And that's what, you know, those you're in competition with seniors, who had a big house and kids moved out, now he's
We held off listing it because there's the uncertainties in the economy and everything right now. Yeah.
Pardon? Oh, I know. I'm trying to bring this up
Yeah.
as fast as I can.
I don't know if they